Hello, everyone. Your sleep companion here, bringing you another journey tonight. Before we begin, please like and subscribe to join our sleep community. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift away together. I discovered why my sister could see our town changing. Now we're both marked for death on October 12th, and reality itself is unraveling. I've always considered myself a rational person, the kind who sees patterns where others see coincidence, who finds explanations where others find mystery. At least, that's what I told myself. Looking back, I realize how desperately I clung to that self-image, especially when everything began to unravel. It started 3 months ago with a phone call from my sister Ellie. We hadn't spoken in almost 2 years, not since our parents' funeral, when grief had torn open old wounds and spilled decades of resentment between us. Her voice was thin, fragile in a way I'd never heard before. "Daniel," she said, "I need your help." Those 4 words were enough to make me leave my apartment in Boston and drive 5 hours to Millbrook, the small town in upstate New York where we'd grown up, where my sister still lived in our family home, now alone, where I'd sworn never to return. Millbrook sits in a valley, surrounded by rolling hills and dense forests. As I drove down the main street, a strange feeling of displacement washed over me. The town looked both achingly familiar and subtly wrong, like a place visited in dreams. The businesses were mostly the same: Pete's Hardware, the Bluebird Diner, Mabel's Bakeryette. They seemed slightly altered, their facades a shade different than I remembered. I attributed this uncanny feeling to time and memory. After all, it had been 2 years, and grief has a way of distorting recollections. I checked into the only motel in town, a single-story building with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. I'd considered staying with Ellie, but our relationship was too fragile for that kind of proximity. When I called to let her know I'd arrived, she asked to meet at Thornfield Park rather than at home. Her voice had that same brittleness I'd noticed earlier. The park hadn't changed. The same winding paths, the same weathered benches, the same ancient oak trees. I found Ellie sitting near the pond, watching a family of ducks glide across the water. She didn't turn when I approached, though I knew she heard me. "Thank you for coming," she said, still looking at the water. I sat beside her, maintaining a careful distance. Up close, the changes in her were shocking. Ellie had always been slender, but now she was gaunt, her cheekbones jutting sharply beneath pale skin. Dark circles ringed her eyes, which had a feverish, haunted quality. "What's going on?" I asked. "You look ill." She laughed, a hollow sound with no humor in it. "I'm not sleeping well." "Nightmares?" "I wish it were that simple." She finally turned to look at me. "Do you notice anything different about town?" The question caught me off guard. I thought about the strange feeling I'd had driving through Millbrook. Things seem a little off, but that's normal after being away for a while. She shook her head sharply. "No, it's more than that. Things are changing, Daniel. Small things at first, the color of storefronts, the arrangement of streets. But it's accelerating now." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "And I think I'm the only one who notices." I felt a prickle of unease. This kind of talk reminded me of our grandmother in her final years, when dementia had twisted her perception of reality. "Have you talked to a doctor? This sounds like—" "I'm not crazy," she snapped, then immediately softened. "I know how it sounds. That's why I need your help. I need someone else to see it too." "See what exactly?" "The discrepancies, the impossibilities." She leaned closer, intensity radiating from her. "And the building." "What building?" "The one that shouldn't exist." She stood abruptly. "I'll show you." I followed her through the park and down Maple Street toward what had once been the historic district of Millbrook. As we walked, Ellie pointed out changes, subtle alterations in architecture, businesses that had moved locations overnight, streets that curved differently than they had just days before. "Most people don't notice," she explained, "or they convince themselves they misremembered. Human memory is fallible, right? That's what everyone says when I mention these things." We turned onto Willow Lane, a narrow cobblestone street, lined with buildings from the 1800s. This area had always been my favorite part of town, rich with history and character. But halfway down the street, I stopped, a sense of wrongness washing over me. "Wait," I said, frowning. "Wasn't this a dead end?" Ellie's eyes widened, her expression a mixture of validation and fear. "You see it too." Where I remembered the street terminating in a small courtyard surrounded by residential buildings, it now continued for another block. And at the end of this impossible extension stood a structure that seemed to simultaneously blend in with and stand apart from its neighbors. It was a tall, narrow building of weathered gray stone, 4 stories high, with a flat roof and symmetrical rows of windows that reflected nothing but darkness, despite the bright afternoon sun. No sign indicated its purpose. No embellishments adorned its facade. It was architecturally simple, yet somehow imposing in its plainness. "What is that place?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I don't know," Ellie whispered. "It appeared 3 weeks ago, or maybe it's always been there, and the world changed around it." She pulled out her phone. "I've tried to take pictures, but look what happens." She opened her camera app and pointed it toward the building. I watched the screen as she framed the shot, but where the building should have been, there was only empty space, as if the camera refused to acknowledge its existence. "That's impossible," I muttered, pulling out my own phone. The same thing happened when I tried to capture an image. Through the screen, I saw only the sky, where the building should have been. "Now, do you believe me?" Ellie asked. I hesitated. The rational part of my mind scrambled for explanations, some kind of shared hallucination, perhaps, or an elaborate hoax. But I knew my sister. Despite our differences, she had never been one for practical jokes or flights of fancy. "Let's get closer," I suggested, my curiosity overcoming my apprehension. As we approached, I noticed details I hadn't seen from a distance. The stone wasn't gray after all, but a material that seemed to shift in color depending on the angle of light, sometimes gray, sometimes a deep blue-black, sometimes almost translucent. And etched into the surface were symbols that appeared to move when viewed from the corner of my eye, but remained static when I looked at them directly. Above the entrancia, simple doorway with no visible handle or knob was a symbol. 3 interlocking circles, 2 hollow and 1 filled. "Have you been inside?" I asked. Ellie shook her head. "I've wanted to, but..." She trailed off, wrapping her arms around herself as if suddenly cold. "Something about it feels wrong." I approached the door, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. There was no handle, no buzzer, no obvious way to enter. I placed my palm against the surface, which felt neither warm nor cold, but somehow both at once. The door swung inward silently. "Daniel, wait," Ellie called, but I was already stepping across the threshold. Inside, I found myself in a vast atrium that couldn't possibly fit within the building's external dimensions. The ceiling soared at least 40 feet above me, supported by columns of the same shifting material as the outer walls. The floor was polished obsidian, reflective enough that it created the illusion of infinite space descending below my feet. The room was empty except for a circular desk in the center, crafted from what appeared to be a single piece of dark wood. Behind it stood a figure tall and motionless, dressed in clothes that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. I couldn't make out details of their face. It remained in shadow despite the illumination that filled the room from no discernible source. "Welcome," the figure said, their voice neither male nor female, young nor old. "How may I assist you today?" I felt Ellie enter behind me, heard her sharp intake of breath as she took in our surroundings. "What is this place?" I asked. "This is the repository," the figure replied. "I am the curator." "Repository of what?" Ellie asked, moving to stand beside me. The curator's head tilted slightly. "Of possibilities, Ms. Eleanor Wright. Of paths not taken. Of choices unmade." A chill ran through me at the use of my sister's full name, which we had not provided. "How do you know who she is?" I demanded. "We know all who enter," the curator said simply. "Daniel Wright, born September 17, 1985. Professor of Cognitive Psychology at Boston University, specializing in memory and perception." How fitting. My heart pounded against my ribs. What do you want from us? Want? The curator seemed to find the question amusing. The repository does not want. It simply is. You are the ones who came seeking. We didn't seek anything, Ellie protested. This building just appeared in our town. Did it? The curator moved around the desk with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. Or perhaps it has always been here, waiting for the moment when you would be ready to perceive it. That doesn't make any sense, I said. Doesn't it, Professor Wright? You of all people should understand the malleability of perception, the tricks memory plays, the way reality shapes itself around expectation. I took an involuntary step backward. Who are you? What are you? The curators spread their hands in a gesture that might have been meant to appear non-threatening, but somehow achieved the opposite effect. I am merely a guide, and you are potential patrons. Would you like a tour of our collection? Every instinct told me to refuse, to grab Ellie and leave immediately. But that same inexplicable compulsion I'd felt at the door was growing stronger, a pull towards something I couldn't name or resist. Yes, I heard myself say. Show us. Daniel, Ellie began, her voice tight with warning. It's okay, I reassured her, though I had no basis for this confidence. We need answers. The curator gestured toward a corridor that I was certain hadn't been there a moment before. This way, please. We followed them down a hallway lined with doors, each marked with a symbol similar to the one above the building's entrance, interlocking circles, in various combinations of filled and hollow. The corridor seemed to extend far beyond what the building's exterior dimensions should allow, bending gently in a curve that suggested we were walking in a vast circle. The repository houses infinite possibilities, the curator explained as we walked. Every decision you make creates a branching path, a new reality that exists alongside your own. Most people live their entire lives unaware of these alternate streams of existence, but occasionally, the boundaries between them thin. Like parallel universes? I asked, trying to ground this bizarre explanation in something resembling scientific theory. If that terminology helps you comprehend, yes, though it is a simplification. And that's what's happening in Millbrook? Ellie asked. The boundaries are thinning? The curator stopped before a door marked with a symbol of 2 filled circles and 1 hollow. Not just in Millbrook, Ms. Wright. The phenomenon is centered on you, specifically. Ellie paled. Me? Why? That is the question, isn't it? The curator opened the door. Perhaps you'll find answers within. Beyond the door was not a room, but what appeared to be a window into another place, a perfect replica of our family home, the Wright house on Orchard Street. Through this strange aperture, I could see the familiar living room where we'd grown up, unchanged from my childhood memories, except for one detail. Our parents were there, alive and well, sitting on the sofa we'd inherited from our grandparents. Ellie made a strangled sound beside me. Mom? Dad? The figures in the room didn't react. They couldn't hear us. This is cruel, I said to the curator, anger rising through my confusion. Not cruel, instructive. They gestured toward the scene. In this stream, your parents never drove home in the storm that claimed their lives in your reality. They took a different route, a single decision, a turning left instead of right, and they lived. I stared at the impossible vision of what might have been. Our father was reading a newspaper, our mother knitting some ordinary moments we would never experience again. Can we? Ellie's voice broke. Can we go to them? The repository allows observation, not interaction, the curator said. These are records, not doorways. I put my arm around my sister's shoulders, feeling her trembling. This isn't healthy. We should leave. But the curator was already moving to another door. There is more to see, more to understand. Despite my misgivings, we followed. The next door revealed another version of Millbrook, but one subtly different from our own. The buildings were arranged differently. The streets followed unfamiliar patterns. This is how the town appears in a neighboring reality, the curator explained. One where the original settlement was established half a mile to the east of your familiar location. And this is what I've been seeing? Ellie asked. These other versions bleeding into ours? In a manner of speaking, yes. The boundaries between your reality and others have become unusually permeable. But the question remains, why? We continued our tour through door after door, each revealing another variation of our lives, our town, our world. Some differences were subtly house painted blue instead of white, a tree growing where there had been none. Others were profound versions, where one or both of us had died young, where we'd never been born at all, where Millbrook didn't exist. The experience was disorienting, exhausting. I lost track of time as we moved from door to door, my sense of what was real and what was possible becoming increasingly blurred. Finally, we reached a door marked with 3 hollow circles. The curator paused before it, their shadowed face impossible to read. "This is the nexus point," they said, "the moment of divergence." They opened the door to reveal a scene I recognized immediately. The night of our parents' funeral 2 years ago. Ellie and I stood in the empty reception hall after everyone else had left, facing each other with expressions of rage and grief. "I can't believe you're selling the house," my alternate self was saying, voice tight with anger. "I can't afford to keep it," the other Ellie responded, tears streaming down her face. "Not everyone has a cushy professor's salary, Daniel. Some of us are barely getting by." "That house has been in our family for generations," my doppelganger argued. "Mom and Dad wanted us to keep it." "Mom and Dad aren't here anymore," other Ellie shouted. "And neither are you. You left years ago and never looked back. You don't get to sweep in now and tell me what to do." I watched myself step closer, pointing an accusatory finger. "You're just being selfish, like always, only thinking about yourself." What happened next unfolded slightly differently than I remembered. In my reality, Ellie had slapped me. I had walked out, and we hadn't spoken again until her phone call 3 months ago. But in this version, other Ellie didn't slap my doppelganger. Instead, she simply deflated, all the fight going out of her. "You're right," she said quietly. "I am being selfish. I'm sorry." The transformation in my other self was immediately anger melting into shame. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I know you're struggling." I watched as our alternates moved toward each other, embracing in a moment of reconciliation that had never occurred in our reality. "You stayed with her," the curator observed. "In this stream, you remained in Millbrook for a month, helping your sister sort through your parents' belongings. You found a way to keep the house, and most importantly, you maintained your connection." Beside me, the real Ellie was crying silently. I couldn't look at her. "Why are you showing us this?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Because it is the point of deviation that matters most," the curator replied. "The moment when your realities began to separate dramatically." "I don't understand what this has to do with the changes in town," Ellie said, wiping her tears. The curator closed the door and turned to face us fully. For the first time, I caught a glimpse of their features, or rather the absence of them. Where a face should have been was only a smooth, reflective surface that mirrored our own expressions back at us. "The repository exists at the intersection of all possible realities," they explained. "It manifests physically when someone is experiencing a severe temporal reality dissonance. In simpler terms, Ms. Wright, your consciousness has been slipping between parallel streams of existence." "That's not possible," I argued. "Even if parallel universes exist, a human consciousness couldn't possibly." "Your sister is unique," the curator interrupted. "She exists at what we call a fulcrum pointa nexus of particularly significant divergences. In most realities, Eleanor Wright dies on October 12, 2024. Ellie gasped. "That's next week. In the streams where you reconciled with your brother, you survive. In those where you remained estranged, you do not." I felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath me. That's why she called me, I realized. In every reality where we reconnected, she lives. "Precisely," the curator said. Though she was not consciously aware of this pattern, on some level her mind perceived the danger. As the critical date approaches, the boundaries between these realities have become increasingly unstable. Hence, the manifestation of the repository and the bleeding of alternate Millbrooks into your perception. "This is insane," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. "You're saying my sister is going to die? Unless we..." "What?" Make up properly? I am merely presenting information, the curator replied. What you do with it is entirely your choice. Can we see it? Ellie asked suddenly. The reality where I die? Ellie, no, I protested. I need to know, Daniel. Her voice was stronger now, more determined than I'd heard it since arriving in Millbrook. I need to see what happens. The curator led us to another door, this one marked with 3 filled circles, the same symbol that had been above the entrance to the repository. Are you certain? They asked, hand poised to open it. Ellie nodded resolutely. I took her hand, squeezing it in silent support. The door swung open to reveal Ellie's bedroom in our family home. She was alone, sitting on the edge of her bed with a bottle of pills in one hand and a handwritten note in the other. The expression on her face was one of absolute desolation, a hopelessness so profound it was physically painful to witness. No, I whispered, understanding immediately. Ellie, you wouldn't. But the scene unfolding before us suggested otherwise. Other Ellie swallowed the pills handful by handful, washing them down with what looked like whiskey. When the bottle was empty, she lay back on the bed, closed her eyes, and waited for oblivion. The curator closed the door before we could see more, but the image was seared into my mind. In the majority of realities where you remain estranged, they said, the isolation and grief become too much for Eleanor to bear. Ellie's hand was crushing mine now. I wouldn't, she insisted, her voice shaking. I wouldn't do that. Not you, the curator agreed. Not the you that exists in this stream, with your brother here beside you. But we all have breaking points, Miss Wright. Isolation is a powerful force. I pulled Ellie into a fierce embrace, suddenly terrified of letting her go. The idea that I could lose her, that my pride and stubbornness could contribute to such an unthinkable outcome was unbearable. What do we do? I asked the curator over Ellie's shoulder. How do we stop this? The repository does not prescribe actions, they replied. It only reveals possibilities. But I will say this. Realities seek stability. The current bleed-through you're experiencing is unsustainable. One way or another, it will resolve after October 12th. With either my sister alive or dead, I clarified, anger rising in me again. Those appear to be the primary outcomes, yes. Ellie pulled back from our embrace, wiping her eyes. I want to leave now, she said quietly. The curator inclined their head. Of course. You've seen what you needed to see. They led us back through the impossible corridor, which now seemed to contract rather than extend, bringing us quickly to the atrium. The circular desk stood empty now, the curator walking ahead of us toward the entrance. One final piece of information, they said, pausing at the door. The repository appears differently to each visitor, tailored to their specific perceptions and needs. What you have experienced today is unique to you. Will it still be here tomorrow? I asked. That depends on whether it is still needed. The curator opened the door to reveal Willow Lane, unchanged in the late afternoon light. The choice before you is clear, I believe. But as always, it remains yours to make. We stepped out onto the cobblestone street. When I turned back, the building was already fading, becoming transparent until it vanished entirely. In its place was the residential dead end I remembered, as if the repository had never existed at all. Ellie and I stood in silence for a long moment, processing what we had seen, what we had learned. Finally, she spoke. I wouldn't really do it, she said. Kill myself. I wouldn't. I know, I told her, though the image of her other self with the pill bottle haunted me. But I haven't been okay, Daniel. Not for a long time. She turned to face me, vulnerability evident in every line of her body. And I did call you because I was afraid. Not of dying? No, of losing my mind. These changes in town, the way reality seemed to be shifting around me, I thought I was going crazy. I considered everything the curator had shown us, everything they had explained about parallel realities and consciousness slipping between them. It defied rational explanation, challenged everything I thought I understood about the nature of existence. And yet, something about it resonated with me, perhaps because, as a psychologist, I was intimately familiar with how subjective reality could be, how the same event could be experienced and remembered differently by different people or even by the same person at different times. Let's go back to your place, I suggested. We should talk, really talk. She nodded, a fragile hope in her eyes. As we walked through Millbrook toward the Wright House on Orchard Street, I noticed that the town seemed more stable now. The uncanny feeling of wrongness diminished. Whether that was because the repository had somehow stabilized the reality bleed-through, or simply because my perspective had changed, I couldn't say. What I did know was that I had been given a glimpse of something profound, a web of possibilities in which small choices could create vastly different outcomes. And while I still didn't fully understand or believe everything the curator had told us, I understood the most important part. My sister needed me, and this time I wouldn't walk away. We reached the house as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the familiar porch where we'd spent countless summer evenings as children. Ellie unlocked the door and led me inside, into the home we'd both grown up in, the home I'd abandoned and she'd struggled to maintain alone. "I'll make us some tea," she said, heading toward the kitchen with a newfound energy. I followed, noticing details I'd overlooked during my brief visit after the funeral photographs of our family that Ellie had kept displayed, maintenance and repairs she'd managed despite limited resources, small touches that had kept our parents' memory alive in this space. Ellie filled the kettle, the same one our mother had used, and set it on the stove. "About what we saw," she began hesitantly, "those other realities." "I know it's hard to process," I said, leaning against the counter. "I'm still not sure I believe it myself." "The thing is," she continued, taking mugs from the cabinet, "even before all this started, before the building appeared and things began changing, I'd been having these episodes. Moments where I'd suddenly be somewhere else, living a different version of my life. It never lasted more than a few seconds, but it was so vivid." I frowned. "You never mentioned this on the phone. Would you have believed me?" She gave me a sad smile. "Besides, they weren't always bad. Sometimes I'd glimpse versions where I was happier, more successful, where Mom and Dad were still alive." She paused, her back to me as she arranged tea bags in the mugs, "where you and I were still close." The kettle began to whistle. Ellie moved to take it off the heat, but suddenly froze, her body going rigid. "Ellie?" I stepped toward her, alarmed. She didn't respond, standing motionless with one hand outstretched toward the screaming kettle. Then, just as abruptly, she collapsed, her body crumpling to the floor before I could catch her. "Ellie!" I knelt beside her, heart pounding. She was breathing but unresponsive, her eyes open but unseeing, pupils dilated to the point where the iris was just a thin ring of color. I pulled out my phone to call for an ambulance, but there was no signal, not even an emergency connection. Panic rising, I tried to remember my limited first aid training. I checked her pulse, rapid but steady, made sure her airway was clear, and put her in the recovery position on her side. "Come on, Ellie," I urged, squeezing her hand. "Come back to me." Her lips began to move, forming words I couldn't hear. I leaned closer. "Many of them," she was whispering. "So many versions, all existing at once. It's beautiful, terrifying, but beautiful. Ellie, if you can hear me, squeeze my hand," I instructed, trying to keep my voice calm. Her fingers tightened around mine weakly. "Daniel," she murmured, her gaze still unfocused. "I can see them all the paths, all the possibilities. They're collapsing." "What's collapsing?" "Ellie, stay with me. The streams, too many deaths, too many endings. They're collapsing into a single point." Her voice became more urgent. "October 12th. It's always October 12th. A chill ran through me at the date the curator had mentioned, the day Ellie died in most realities. "That's still days away," I reminded her. "We have time to change things." Her eyes suddenly focused, locking onto mine with an intensity that startled me. "Not just me," she said clearly. "You too, Daniel. You die too. In some of them. In most of them." Before I could process this new revelation, Ellie's body went slack, her eyes rolling back in her head as she lost consciousness completely. The kettle was still shrieking. I moved it off the heat and then returned to my sister, checking her pulse again. It had stabilized, and her breathing seemed normal. As I debated whether to try carrying her to my car and driving to the hospital myself, her eyelids fluttered. "Ellie?" I brushed the hair from her forehead. "Can you hear me?" She groaned, her eyes opening slowly. This time, they were normal, focused. "What happened?" "You collapsed," I explained, helping her sit up slowly. "Some kind of seizure, I think. We should get you to a doctor." She shook her head, wincing at the movement. "No, not a seizure. A shift." She leaned against the kitchen cabinets, gathering her strength. "It's been happening more frequently. My consciousness slipping into other streams." "You were talking about seeing all possibilities at once," I told her. "About them collapsing." "Was I?" She frowned, pressing her fingers to her temples. "I don't remember that part. But I remember being elsewhere. Many elsewheres, all at the same time." She looked up at me, fear evident in her expression. "It's getting worse, Daniel. The boundaries are breaking down completely." I helped her to her feet and guided her to the living room sofa. "We need to figure this out. If what the curator told us is true, these reality shifts are centered on you for some reason, connected to what happens on October 12th. When I die," she said flatly. "When you might die, in some realities," I corrected her. "But not in this one. Not if I can help it." Ellie leaned back, closing her eyes. "You said my phone call was what made the difference. That in the realities where I reach out and we reconcile, I survive." "That's what they implied, yes. But we've done that already. You're here. We're talking." She opened her eyes, looking troubled. "So, why am I still experiencing these shifts? Why haven't things stabilized?" It was a good question, one I didn't have an answer for. If the curator was to be believed, our reconciliation should have set us on a path where Ellie survived. But something still felt unresolved, incomplete. "Maybe it's not that simple," I suggested. "Maybe there's more to it than just us talking again." "Like what?" I thought about the scene we'd witnessed of our argument after the funeral, the version where we'd reconciled properly instead of separating in anger. The curator showed us a reality where I stayed in Millbrook for a while after the funeral, helped you sort through Mom and Dad's things, where we found a way to keep the house. Ellie sat up straighter. "That's what this is about? The house?" "I don't think it's the house specifically," I said, looking around at the familiar surroundings that held so many memories. "I think it's about me truly being here for you. Not just physically present, but emotionally available. In that other reality, I made a commitment to stay, to help. And in this one, you're just visiting," Ellie concluded, "planning to go back to Boston once the crisis is over." Put that way, it did seem like a significant difference. In the reality where Ellie survived, I hadn't just reconciled with her. Temporarily, I'd altered my life to support her through her grief. "What if I stayed?" I suggested, the idea forming as I spoke. "Not just until October 12th, but longer. What if I took a sabbatical, spent the semester here?" Ellie looked stunned. "You'd do that?" "If it means keeping you safe, of course." I moved to sit beside her on the sofa. "But even without that, Ellie, I should do it. These past 2 years without you in my life, I've missed you, and I've been so wrapped up in my own career, my own grief, that I didn't stop to think about how isolated you must have felt, alone in this house with all its memories." Tears welled in her eyes. I did feel alone, so alone, especially after the funeral, when you left. "I'm sorry," I said, the words inadequate but necessary. "I was angry and hurting, and I lashed out at you instead of supporting you. That's on me. I said terrible things too," she admitted. "We both did, but that's done now." I took her hand. "What matters is what we do next." She squeezed my fingers, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. "So, Professor Wright is moving back to Millbrook? What will your colleagues say?" "That I'm having a midlife crisis, probably," I smiled back. "Let them talk. Family comes first." For the first time since I'd arrived in town, Ellie looked truly hopeful. But then her expression clouded again. "You mentioned something earlier, about me saying you died too, in some realities. What was that about?" I hesitated, unsure whether to burden her with this additional complication. "When you were in that trance state, you said that I die too, in most of the realities. On October 12th, same as you. Both of us? Her face paled. The curator never mentioned that. No, they didn't, which was curious in itself. Why show us realities where Ellie died, but not ones where I did? Maybe it's not accurate. You were in an altered state. But Ellie was shaking her head. When I'm in those states, between realities, I see more clearly than any other time. If I said you die too, then it's true. A heavy silence fell between us as we contemplated this new dimension to our situation. Finally, Ellie spoke again. Maybe that's why reconciling isn't enough. Maybe in the realities where I called you and you came but you still plan to leave afterward, maybe that's when we both die. It was a chilling thought, but it made a certain kind of twisted sense. If our fates were somehow linked through these parallel streams of existence, perhaps there was a version where my temporary presence actually made things worse instead of better. All the more reason for me to stay, I said with more confidence than I felt. We face this together. But what exactly are we facing? Ellie asked. What happens on October 12th? How do we both die? I don't know, I admitted, but we have time to figure it out. She nodded, though her expression remained troubled. We need to learn more. If the repository really exists, maybe we can find it again. Ask more questions. It seemed to appear when you needed it most, I mused. When the reality shifts were becoming unbearable. Maybe it will manifest again if things get worse. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Ellie said, shuddering. I'd rather figure this out on our own. We spent the rest of the evening talking, really talking, for the first time in years, about our parents, our grief, the wedge that had driven us apart. About our childhood in this house, the good memories we'd shared before anger and resentment had poisoned everything. It was painful, cathartic, and absolutely necessary. When exhaustion finally caught up with us, Ellie insisted I stay in my old bedroom rather than return to the motel. The room was largely unchanged from my teenage years' faded posters on the walls, bookshelves crammed with science texts and sci-fi novels, the same twin bed with its blue plaid comforter. I couldn't bring myself to change anything, Ellie explained, lingering in the doorway. It felt like erasing you. The admission left a lump in my throat. Thank you for keeping it, I managed to say. And Ellie, thank you for calling me, for giving me a chance to make things right. She smiled, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Get some rest. We'll figure out our next steps in the morning. Sleep came surprisingly easily, perhaps because of the emotional exhaustion of the day, or perhaps because of the comfort of being back in the space where I'd spent my formative years. But the dreams that followed were anything but peaceful. I dreamed of endless corridors lined with doors, each opening to show a different version of my life. In some, I was successful but alone. In others, surrounded by family but struggling. I saw versions where I'd never left Millbrook, versions where I'd never returned, versions where I'd made different choices at every critical juncture of my life. And throughout it all, a voice in neither male nor female, young nor old, whispered in my ear. All paths converge, all streams flow to a single point. The center cannot hold. I woke with a gasp just before dawn, the words echoing in my mind. The house was silent around me, the familiar creaks and settles of its old frame both comforting and eerie in the pre-dawn darkness. Unable to fall back asleep, I made my way downstairs to start coffee, trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dreams. As the coffee brewed, I noticed a book on the kitchen table that hadn't been there the night before, slim volume bound in yellow leather with no title on its spine or cover. I opened it cautiously. Inside, instead of text, were maps, dozens of them, showing Millbrook from various angles and perspectives, each slightly different from the others. Streets in different configurations, buildings in alternate locations, the surrounding landscape subtly altered from page to page. Ellie? I called, suddenly concerned. Had she been wandering in the night, experiencing another reality shift? There was no answer. I checked her bedroom and found it empty, the bed neatly made as if it hadn't been slept in. Panic rising, I searched the rest of the house, calling her name with increasing urgency. She was nowhere to be found. I returned to the kitchen, heart pounding, and took another look at the mysterious book. On the last page was something I'd missed before: a symbol drawn in black ink. 3 circles, 1 filled and 2 hollow. The mark of the repository. Beneath it, in elegant script that somehow shifted as I looked at it, were the words, "The boundaries grow thinner. Time grows short. Find the nexus." I slammed the book shut, feeling as though I'd been given a message I didn't know how to interpret. Where was Ellie? Had she been taken by the repository, or had she wandered into another reality during one of her shifts? I tried calling her cell phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Daylight was breaking now, pale light filtering through the kitchen windows. I decided to search town, starting with the places that held significance for us: the park, the high school, the library, where we'd spent countless hours as children. The yellow book I placed in my backpack, unable to leave it behind despite the unease it provoked in me. Millbrook was quiet in the early morning, only a few people heading to work or walking dogs on the town green. I checked all of Ellie's usual haunts with no success. No one I asked had seen her that morning. As the sun rose higher, I found myself drawn inexorably toward Willow Lane, toward where the repository had stood. The street was exactly as I remembered it, from childhood: the cobblestones, the historic buildings, the dead end with its small residential courtyard. No sign remained of the impossible structure we'd entered the day before. But as I stood staring at the space where it had been, something strange began to happen. The air seemed to waver, like heat rising from hot pavement, and for a brief instant, I saw it: the tall stone building with its plain facade and mysterious symbols. Then it was gone again, leaving me unsure if I'd actually seen it or merely imagined it based on yesterday's experience. "You're looking for it too, aren't you?" I turned to find an elderly man watching me from the doorway of one of the residential buildings. He was rail thin, with wispy white hair and eyes that seemed too large for his face. "I'm looking for my sister," I replied cautiously. "Have you seen a woman, early 30s, about this tall?" "Eleanor," he interrupted. "Yes, she was here before dawn, standing right where you are now, staring at nothing." He stepped out onto the street, his movements careful and deliberate. "Or not nothing. The repository." I stiffened at the name. "You know about that place?" "Oh, yes." He smiled, revealing teeth that were just slightly too perfect to be natural. "It appears to those who need it most, those caught between streams." "Like my sister," I said, taking a step toward him. "Where is she now?" The old man tilted his head, studying me with unsettling intensity. "The repository called to her, and she answered. As it called to you once before, Daniel Wright." A chill ran through me. "How do you know my name?" "I know many things about many realities." He extended a gnarled hand. "You may call me Archivist." I didn't take his hand. "Are you connected to the repository? To the curator?" "In a manner of speaking." He withdrew his hand, unperturbed by my rudeness. "We serve similar functions, though in different capacities. The curator catalogs possibilities. I track those who move between them." "Like Ellie," I said. "You're tracking my sister." "And you," he added, "the Wright siblings, existing at a fulcrum point of reality. Most unusual, most significant." "Please," I said, frustration mounting. "I just want to find my sister. If you know where she is." "She sought answers," the archivist interrupted. "About October 12th. About why both your fates are bound to that date across multiple streams of existence." "And did she find those answers?" I demanded. "She found a path." He gestured toward the spot where the repository had briefly appeared. "The building you seek manifests differently for each person who needs it. For you, it was the repository of possibilities. For your sister, it was the archive of convergence." "I don't understand what that means," I admitted, struggling to maintain my patience. "It means, Professor Wright, that your sister has gone to the source, the nexus point where all realities merge." He pointed to my backpack. "You have the guide, I see." I removed the yellow book. "This? It just appeared in our kitchen this morning." "No coincidence." The archivist touched the cover with one bony finger. "The Atlas of Intersections. It will show you the way, if you're willing to follow. Follow where? But the old man was already turning away, retreating into his building. October 12 approaches, he called over his shoulder. The streams are converging. Find the nexus, Professor. Find your sister, before all possibilities collapse into one. The door closed behind him with a finality that left me standing alone on the cobblestones, holding a mysterious book and feeling more confused than ever. I opened the atlas again, flipping through its pages of shifting maps, looking for some indication of where Ellie might have gone. The last page with the repository symbol now showed additional text beneath the original message. Begin where it all ended, the first divergence. I frowned, trying to decipher the cryptic instruction. Where it all ended. The funeral? That had been the breaking point between Ellie and me, the moment when our paths had diverged most dramatically, according to the curator. The funeral had been held at Millbrook Cemetery, on the outskirts of town. It seemed as good a place as any to start my search. As I walked through town toward the cemetery, I noticed more instabilities in the fabric of reality moments, where buildings flickered, briefly replaced by different structures before returning to normal. Twice I saw people walking who suddenly shifted, their clothing and appearance changing for an instant before snapping back. The boundaries between realities were weakening, just as the curator and archivist had warned, and somehow, Ellie and I were at the center of it all. Millbrook Cemetery occupied a gentle hill overlooking the town, its grounds well maintained but solemn. I made my way to my parents' grave, a shared headstone of polished granite, with their names and dates etched into the surface. Thomas Wright, 1955到2021. Margaret Wright, 1957到2021. Beloved parents, their legacy lives on in their children. I stood before it, unsure what I was looking for. I'm here, I said aloud, feeling slightly foolish. Now what? As if in answer, the atlas in my backpack grew warm. I took it out and opened it to find the pages had changed again. Now they showed the cemetery from above, but with certain graves highlighted in a faint golden glow. My parents' grave was among them, as were several others scattered throughout the grounds. Following the map, I moved from grave to grave, noting the names and dates. At first, I couldn't see any pattern. The deceased were of varying ages, had died in different years, had no obvious connection to my family. But as I reached the final highlighted grave, a chill of recognition passed through me. Each person had died on October 12, in different years spanning more than a century. I returned to my parents' headstone, staring at it as if it might reveal some secret. Their deaths had been in March, not October, a car accident, on a rainy night when a drunk driver had crossed the center line. There was no obvious connection to the October 12 pattern. Yet something about this place was significant. The atlas had led me here for a reason. I sat on the grass beside my parents' grave, feeling a familiar ache of loss, but also a new determination. I need help, I said quietly. Ellie needs help. Please, if there's anything here that can guide me. The air around me grew suddenly still, the ambient sounds of birds and distant traffic fading to silence. A sense of presence enveloped me, not threatening but intense, as if the very atmosphere had become charged with potential. When I looked up, she was there, Ellie, standing a few yards away, her form slightly translucent, her eyes fixed on me with an expression of mingled joy and sorrow. Daniel, she said, her voice echoing strangely, you found the first marker. I stood, taking an involuntary step toward her. Ellie, what's happening? Where are you? Everywhere and nowhere, she replied cryptically. I've seen it, Daniel. The pattern, the convergence. Why? It has to be us. I don't understand, I said, fighting the urge to reach for her, knowing instinctively that my hands would pass through her form. Why does it have to be us? What happens on October 12? Her image flickered, like a television losing reception. The dead, she said, gesturing to the graves around us, all connected, all part of the same chain of events that leads to us. Her form stabilized momentarily. I need you to go to the library, the real one, not the repository. Look up these names. Find the connections. I'll try to meet you there. Ellie, wait, I called as her image began to fade. How do I help you? How do I bring you back? Find the pattern, her voice whispered as she disappeared completely. Break the cycle. It's the only way to save both of us. And then she was gone, leaving me alone among the graves with more questions than answers. I made my way to the Millbrook Public Library, a Victorian building near the town center that had been the site of countless homework sessions and research projects throughout my childhood. The familiar smell of books and wood polish greeted me as I entered, triggering a wave of nostalgia that I pushed aside in favor of focus. The names from the graves became my starting point. I spent hours digging through local history books, old newspapers on microfiche, and the town's digital archives. Gradually, a pattern emerged: connections between the seemingly random people who had died on October 12 across the decades. The earliest was William Thornhill, founder of Millbrook, who had died in 1876 after establishing the town as a center for textile manufacturing. His business partner, James Wrightmead, great-great-grandfather, had taken over operations after his death. The next was Catherine Mills, a labor organizer who had died under suspicious circumstances in 1912 while investigating working conditions at the Wright textile mill. Then came Robert Lawson, a journalist who had been researching Catherine's death when he himself died in 1943. The pattern continued through the decades. Sebastian Coe, an environmental scientist who died while examining pollution from the old mill site, 1987. Maria Vasquez, a local historian writing a book about industrial accidents in Millbrook, 2004. And finally, Dr. Jennifer Park, a geneticist studying hereditary conditions in families with long histories in the town, 2019. All had died on October 12. All had been investigating some aspect of Millbrook's history that connected, however tangentially, to my family. I was so absorbed in my research that I didn't notice the library growing quiet around me as closing time approached. Only when the elderly librarian, Mrs. Abernathy, touched my shoulder did I look up. "We're closing soon, Daniel," she said gently. "Found what you were looking for?" "Not exactly," I admitted, gesturing to my scattered notes. "I'm trying to understand a pattern." She glanced at the materials spread across the table. "Local history? That's unusual for you. You were always more interested in science than history, as I recall." "It's for Ellie," I explained, not wanting to elaborate on the bizarre circumstances that had led me here. Mrs. Abernathy's expression softened. "How is your sister? I haven't seen her in a while." I hesitated, unsure how to explain Ellie's current state of existence. "She's going through something difficult. I'm trying to help." The librarian nodded sympathetically. "You Wright siblings always did look out for each other, at least until—" She trailed off, perhaps realizing she was treading on sensitive ground. "Well, I'm glad you're here for her now. Is there anything specific you're searching for? I know this collection better than anyone." I considered the question. "I'm looking for connections between these people," I said, showing her my list of names. "They all died on October 12 in different years, and they were all researching something related to Millbrook's history or my family." Mrs. Abernathy frowned as she read the list. "Curious," she murmured. "I remember some of these deaths. Dr. Park was particularly tragic. Collapsed right here in the library while reviewing some old medical records." "Medical records?" My interest piqued. "What kind?" "Birth and death certificates, mostly. She was studying genetic patterns in local families." The librarian's frown deepened. "Come to think of it, I believe she was looking at Wright family records the day she died." A chill ran through me. "Mrs. Abernathy, are those records still here? Can I see them?" She hesitated. "They should be in the archives. But Daniel, it's already past closing time." "Please," I implored her. "It's important. For Ellie." Something in my expression must have conveyed my desperation, because the elderly librarian nodded reluctantly. "Wait here," she said, disappearing into the back offices. She returned several minutes later with a cardboard box labeled Wright Family Medical Records 1875, 1950, and another marked Wright Family Medical Records 1950. Present. These are copies of birth certificates, death certificates, and medical examiner reports for your family going back 5 generations, she explained, setting the boxes on the table. Dr. Park had them pulled from county records for her research. I can give you 30 minutes, but then I really must close up. Thank you, I said gratefully. I'll be quick. As Mrs. Abernathy moved away to begin her closing procedures, I opened the first box and began sifting through documents organized by decade. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but something about Dr. Park's interest in my family's medical history seemed significant. Working methodically, I scanned birth and death certificates, noting causes of death and any unusual patterns. Most seemed ordinary enough: heart disease, cancer, accidents. But as I moved into the second box, covering more recent generations, something began to stand out. On my grandmother's death certificate, the cause of death was listed as acute cardiac arrest, but a medical examiner's note mentioned unusual cerebral activity detected during autopsy. My grandfather's certificate contained a similar notation. So did an uncle who had died before I was born. And then I found my parents' files. Their deaths had been ruled accidental, the result of the car crash. But the full autopsy report included a puzzling observation: signs of recent, unusual neurological activity consistent with Wright family pattern. Wright family pattern? What did that mean? At the bottom of the box was a thin file labeled Research Notes J. Park, MD, PhD. I opened it with trembling hands, finding a collection of handwritten observations and photocopied medical journal articles. Dr. Park had apparently been investigating an unusual neurological condition that appeared in multiple generations of the Wright family, characterized by increased cerebral activity, particularly in the temporal lobe. Her notes suggested a genetic component, but also environmental factors possibly tied to Millbrook itself. The final page was dated October 11, 2019, the day before her death. It contained a hastily scribbled note. Wright condition appears to be temporal lobe hypersensitivity to quantum field fluctuations, genetic predisposition to perceive alternate reality states. Thomas and Margaret Wright's children, Daniel and Eleanor, likely carriers based on genealogical pattern, must warn family of potential October manifestation. Emergency intervention protocol may be necessary. The note ended there, never completed. Dr. Park had died the next day before she could communicate her findings, or this mysterious warning. I sat back, mind racing. A genetic condition that allowed perception of alternate realities? It sounded fantastical, pseudoscientific, and yet it aligned perfectly with what Ellie and I had experienced. The reality shifts, the repository, the bleeding of parallel existences into our perception. And all the researchers who had died on October 12 had been getting closer to this truth, generation by generation. Not random deaths, but a pattern, a cycle repeating itself with increasing specificity, honing in on our family, on Ellie and me, as if something was systematically eliminating those who came too close to understanding what we were. Daniel? Mrs. Abernathy's voice startled me. I'm sorry, but I really must close now. I nodded, gathering the most relevant documents to take with me. Of course, thank you for your help. As I packed up, a final chilling thought occurred to me. Tomorrow was October 11th. Whatever was going to happen, whatever had happened to all those researchers across the decades, would begin in less than 24 hours. I left the library with a sense of increasing urgency, my mind whirling with possibilities and theories. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across Millbrook streets, which seemed more unstable than ever. Twice as I walked, I saw the town shift around me, buildings rearranging themselves, people flickering in and out of existence. The boundaries between realities were deteriorating rapidly. I needed to find Ellie, to share what I discovered, to figure out how to break this cycle before it claimed both of us. I returned to the Wright house, hoping against hope that Ellie might have reappeared there. The house was still empty, but something had changed. The kitchen table where I'd found the atlas that morning now held something else, a small wooden box carved with familiar symbols. Circles, some filled, some hollow, arranged in complex patterns. Inside was a single sheet of paper covered in Ellie's handwriting. Daniel, I've seen what happens on October 12th. I've seen all the variations, all the possible outcomes. In every reality where we both remain in Millbrook, we die sometimes by accident, sometimes by our own hands, sometimes by means that defy explanation. The only constant is that our deaths always occur within moments of each other, as if our fates are inextricably linked. There's only one reality where one of us survives, the one where you leave Millbrook before midnight on October 11 and never return. In that single branch of possibility, you live. I always die, in every version. There is no outcome where I survive. I've accepted this. I understand now why the repository appeared to us, why the boundaries between realities have been breaking down. Our family has always existed at a confluence of possibilities. It's in our blood, in our brains, in the very structure of who we are. The rights perceive what others cannot because we are biological anomalies, quantum observers capable of affecting the very realities we witness. But this ability comes with a cost. When two such observers exist in proximity at a critical juncture like now, like us, reality itself becomes unstable. The universe cannot sustain the paradox. One of us must go. I've chosen to be the one who stays. By the time you read this, I will have returned to the nexus point to ensure this outcome is fixed. Please don't try to find me. Please don't stay out of some misguided sense of loyalty or guilt. Your survival is the only victory we can achieve. Go back to Boston. Live your life. Remember me. Love always. Ellie. I read the letter 3 times, disbelief giving way to determination. If Ellie thought I would simply leave her to die, she was wrong. There had to be another solution, another outcome we hadn't considered. The nexus point. She'd mentioned returning there, but where was it? The cemetery? The repository? Somewhere else entirely? I took out the atlas, which had remained in my backpack. The pages had changed again, now showing a single location highlighted in gold. Thornfield Quarry, an abandoned mining operation at the edge of town that had been closed since the 1950s. That had to be it. The place where all realities converged, where Ellie had gone to face whatever was coming alone. I grabbed my car keys, stuffed Ellie's letter and Dr. Park's notes into my pocket, and headed out. The sky above Millbrook was strange, now rippling with curtains of light like some impossible aurora, colors shifting in patterns that hurt my eyes if I looked at them too long. Reality was coming apart at the seams. I could feel it in the air, see it in the way solid objects occasionally blurred at the edges. Time was running out. The drive to Thornfield Quarry took 15 minutes, the last portion on a dirt road that hadn't been maintained in decades. I parked where the road ended and continued on foot, following a faint path through overgrown brush. The quarry itself was a massive pit carved into the hillside, its terraced levels descending into darkness. I used my phone's flashlight to illuminate the path as I made my way down, calling Ellie's name into the stillness. Only my echoes answered me. At the bottom level, water had accumulated over the years, forming a perfectly circular pool about 50 feet in diameter. The surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the strange lights in the sky above. And standing at the edge of this pool was Ellie. She turned as I approached, her expression a mixture of resignation and frustration. "You weren't supposed to come here," she said. "You were supposed to leave. And let you die alone? Not a chance." I moved to stand beside her, taking in the eerie stillness of the quarry. "This is it, isn't it? The nexus point." She nodded. "All realities converge here, at this exact spot. It's where Thornhill discovered the first unusual mineral deposits that led him to found Millbrook. It's where our great-great-grandfather built his fortune. It's the source of the energy that affects our family, that allows us to perceive what others can't. And it's where people die on October 12, I added grimly. "Only those who get too close to understanding," Ellie confirmed. It's like a defense mechanism, reality protecting itself from observers who might destabilize it. Like us. Exactly like us. She gestured to the pool. I've seen what happens tomorrow, Daniel. I've lived it dozens of times already, jumping between streams, trying to find a way out. But there isn't one. Not for both of us. I don't believe that, I insisted. There has to be a solution we haven't found yet. Ellie smiled sadly. Always the scientist, looking for answers. I've had more time to search than you can imagine, shifting between realities, examining every possibility. There's only one variable that changes the outcome. You leaving Millbrook. I pulled her letter from my pocket. You say there's no reality where you survive. None that I've found. Then why should I be the one who lives? I challenged her. Why not you? Because you have more to contribute, she said simply. Your research, your students, your future discoveries. I'm a small-town librarian with no special talents except the ability to perceive multiple realities. The cosmic scales don't balance in my favor. I felt a surge of anger. That's not your decision to make, and it's not true. Your life has value, Ellie. Immense value. To whom? She asked quietly. Our parents are gone. I have no children, no partner. A handful of friends who will mourn and move on. To me, I said fiercely, you matter to me, and I'm not leaving you. She sighed, looking out over the still water. Then we both die tomorrow. Is that really what you want? What I want is to break the cycle, I replied. These deaths on October 12th, this pattern that's been repeating for generations there, has to be a way to disrupt it. Ellie shook her head. I've tried everything I can think of. Being here, being elsewhere, confronting what comes. Hiding from it, the outcome is always the same. What exactly happens? I asked. You said you've lived it multiple times. What are we facing? She was quiet for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the water. It's not something I can easily describe, she finally said. A collapse of possibility. A moment when all realities try to occupy the same space simultaneously, and the paradox tears us apart at a quantum level. Our minds, already unusual in their ability to perceive alternate states, simply overload. Like what happened to you in the kitchen, I suggested. The seizure, or shift, or whatever it was, but permanent. Yes, she agreed. Terminal reality displacement. That's what Dr. Park was trying to warn us about before she died. I pulled out the research notes I'd taken from the library. She called it a right family pattern, a genetic predisposition to perceive alternate realities. She was looking for an emergency intervention protocol. Ellie's eyes widened as she took the papers. She was close to a solution, she murmured, scanning the notes. So close. No wonder the nexus point eliminated her. The nexus point? Not some cosmic force or interdimensional entity? It's both and neither, Ellie explained. A weak point in reality. A place where the boundaries between possible worlds are naturally thin. And it has a kind of unconscious defense mechanism against those who might destabilize it further. I looked around the quarry, feeling a new sense of unease. And we're standing right at the center of it. Yes, but it's also the only place where we might have a chance of solving this. She held up Dr. Park's notes. She was developing a theory about how to stabilize our neurological response to quantum fluctuations, if we could somehow complete her work. For the first time since finding Ellie's letter, I felt a spark of hope. The geneticist's lab. Would her research still be there? Maybe, Ellie said doubtfully. But we're talking about pioneering neurogenetic therapy. Even if her notes exist, how would we implement them in the next 24 hours? She had a point. We weren't geneticists or neurologists. Even with complete research, we lacked the knowledge and equipment to develop the kind of intervention Dr. Park had been working toward. There has to be another way, I insisted. Something simpler, more immediate. We both fell silent, contemplating the still pool before us. The water seemed to be growing more reflective by the minute, now showing not just the strange lights in the sky, but impossible scenes beneath its surface, glimpses of other times, other places, other versions of Millbrook and ourselves. The repository, I said suddenly, it exists to help people navigate between realities. The curator might know something we don't. I've tried, Ellie replied. In several streams, I went back to Willow Lane, trying to make the building appear again. It never did. What about the archivist? He seemed to know about all of this. Ellie looked puzzled. The archivist? I never met anyone by that name. I explained my encounter with the elderly man on Willow Lane. His cryptic statements about tracking those who move between realities, his knowledge of the Atlas and the Nexus Point. That's disturbing, Ellie said when I finished. In all my shifts between realities, I never encountered this person. It's as if he exists only in your stream, or appeared specifically to guide me to you, I suggested. Like the repository appeared when you needed answers. Ellie considered this. If these manifestations are trying to help us, why not simply tell us how to solve the problem? Why the cryptic messages and partial information? It was a good question, one that had been bothering me as well. Maybe they can't directly interfere, I theorized, or maybe they can only work within certain constraints, showing us paths but not walking them for us. As I spoke, a memory surfaced something the curator had said during our visit to the repository. Realities seek stability. The current bleed, through your experiencing, is unsustainable. One way or another, it will resolve after October 12th. Realities seek stability. I repeated aloud. What if that's the key? What if the deaths on October 12 aren't the Nexus Point defending itself, but reality trying to resolve an instability? Same outcome, Ellie pointed out. We still die, but maybe for a different reason than we thought. I countered, excitement building as the idea took shape. What if our deaths aren't inevitable, but just the easiest solution to the instability? What if there's another way to give reality what it wants? Ellie looked skeptical but intrigued. I'm listening. Dr. Park's notes mentioned that our family has a genetic predisposition to perceive alternate reality states. And you said earlier that when two such observers exist in proximity at a critical juncture, reality becomes unstable. Right, Ellie agreed. The universe cannot sustain the paradox. So the solution has been to eliminate the observers, I continued. But what if we could change our status as observers instead? What if we could, I don't know, commit to a single reality stream rather than perceiving multiple ones? Ellie's eyes widened, a conscious choice to exist in only one possibility. Exactly. Instead of being quantum observers who destabilize reality by perceiving multiple states simultaneously, we choose one state-tone reality and commit to it completely. But how would we do that? Ellie asked. Our perception isn't voluntary. It's neurological, genetic. I thought about it, pacing along the edge of the pool. What if it's not just about perception, but about attachment? About what keeps us connected to multiple streams? Our unresolved relationship? Ellie suggested, following my train of thought. The way we've existed in this in-between state since the funeral. Not truly estranged, not truly reconciled. Not just that, I said. Our connection to Millbrook itself, to this house, to our family history, to all the possibilities of what might have been if different choices had been made. Ellie nodded slowly. So to stabilize reality, to survive October 12, we need to make a definitive choice. Commit fully to one path. And let go of all others, I agreed. No more what-ifs. No more might. Have-beens. For the first time since I'd found her at the quarry, real hope showed in Ellie's expression. Do you think it could work? I don't know, I admitted. But it makes as much sense as anything else in this situation. And it feels right, like we're close to understanding what all these manifestations have been trying to tell us. Ellie looked out over the pool, where the impossible reflections continued to shift and change. So, we make a choice. Together, I said, looking into my sister's eyes, we commit to one reality and let go of all others. Ellie nodded, her expression resolute. But which reality do we choose? There are infinite possibilities. It was a profound question. Out of all the branches of existence that the repository had shown us, which single stream deserved our commitment? The one where I stayed in Millbrook? The one where Ellie moved to Boston? Some other variation we hadn't yet imagined? I think, I said slowly, we need to choose the one we're in right now. This exact moment, this exact version of ourselves. No looking back, no imagining what might have been just moving forward from here. The present, Ellie murmured, accepting it fully with all its flaws and complications. Exactly. No more dwelling on alternate paths or parallel lives. Just this one, for better or worse. The water in the quarry pool rippled suddenly, though there was no wind. The reflections beneath the surface seemed to pulse in response to our words, as if reality itself was listening. How do we do it? Ellie asked. How do we formally commit to this single stream? I considered the question. In scientific terms, what we were attempting was impossible, consciously choosing to limit our quantum perception, to collapse a superposition of possibilities into a single state through sheer will. And yet, in this place where the normal rules of physics clearly didn't apply, perhaps intention was enough. We need a ritual, I suggested. Something symbolic but meaningful. Ellie's eyes lit up, like in the repository, when reality was shown to us through doors marked with symbols. She pointed to the still pool. This is our door. Our window into all possibilities. So we close it, I concluded. We reject the multiplicity of paths and choose one. We stood at the edge of the water, hand in hand, looking down into the swirling reflections of countless possible lives. I could see versions where we were children again, versions where we were elderly, versions where one or both of us were absent entirely, all existing simultaneously, all equally real and unreal. I, Daniel Wright, I began, my voice steady, choose this reality, this present moment, this version of myself and my sister. I let go of all other possibilities, all paths not taken, all lives I might have lived. I commit fully to this single stream of existence. Ellie squeezed my hand. I, Eleanor Wright, choose this reality, this present moment, this version of myself and my brother. I let go of all other possibilities, all paths not taken, all lives I might have lived. I commit fully to this single stream of existence. As we spoke, the reflections in the water began to change, the multitude of images blurring and merging, coalescing toward a single reflection, the two of us, standing hand in hand at the edge of the pool. It's working, Ellie whispered. The strange aurora in the sky above grew more intense, curtains of light folding in on themselves, the colors shifting faster than the eye could follow. The air around us felt charged, electric, as if a storm was brewing, without clouds or rain. I think we need to do more, I said, watching the remaining reflections still swirling beneath the surface. Something more concrete than words. Ellie nodded, understanding immediately. We need to let go of the physical anchors keeping us connected to multiple streams. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small object I recognized instantly, the key to our family home, attached to a worn leather keyring that had belonged to our father. This house, she said softly, has kept me tied to the past, to all the versions of our family that might have been. I've been its caretaker, its prisoner, and its ghost. She held the key over the water. I let it go. The key dropped from her fingers, hitting the surface with a soft plunk and disappearing into the depths. I reached into my backpack and removed the Atlas of Intersections, the mysterious book that had guided me to Ellie. This represents my search through possibilities, my inability to commit to a single path, my obsession with what could be rather than what is. I held it over the pool. I let it go. The book fell from my hands, its yellow cover briefly visible beneath the surface before it vanished completely. Next, I took out Dr. Park's research notes. These represent our family legacy, the genetic quirk that has both blessed and cursed us with the ability to perceive what others can't. While we can't change our DNA, we can choose how we respond to it. I dropped the papers into the water. We choose stability over possibility. Ellie removed something else from her pocket, a small photograph, creased and worn. Our family, all four of us, standing on the porch of the Wright house, smiling in the summer sun. A moment frozen in time, never to be recovered. This represents the past, she said, her voice breaking slightly. Not forgotten, but no longer a weight that keeps me from moving forward. She released the photo. I let it go. With each item we surrendered, the pool grew calmer, the multiple reflections fading until only a single image remained. The two of us, surrounded by the rock walls of the quarry, beneath a sky that was slowly returning to normal. One more thing, I said, reaching for my phone. I opened the calendar app and navigated to October 12th, the date that had haunted both of us through multiple realities. This represents our fear of what's to come, our belief in the inevitability of fate. I tossed the phone into the pool. I choose to live in the present, not in fear of the future. The device sank quickly, leaving barely a ripple. We stood in silence for a moment, feeling the atmosphere around us gradually shift. The electric charge in the air dissipated. The strange lights in the sky faded to normal dusk, and the water in the pool became perfectly still, reflecting only the deepening twilight. Do you think it worked? Ellie asked quietly. I don't know, I admitted. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Hand in hand, we climbed out of the quarry and returned to my car. The drive back to the Wright house was silent, both of us lost in our own thoughts, wondering if our improvised ritual had been enough to alter the course that seemed so firmly set before us. The house looked different when we arrived, more solid somehow, more firmly anchored in reality. Or perhaps it was simply my perception that had changed, no longer seeing it as both present and absent, existing in multiple states simultaneously. I don't have my key anymore, Ellie realized as we approached the front door. I tried the handle and found it unlocked. Looks like we don't need it. Inside, everything was as we had left it, but with subtle differences. The air felt clearer, the colors more vibrant, the familiar creaks and groans of the old house more comforting than eerie. We moved through the rooms, noting changes photographs that seemed more firmly fixed in their frames, books more securely on their shelves, the entire structure more decidedly present in a single reality, rather than straddling many. What now? Ellie asked as we settled in the living room, the uncertainty of the coming day hanging over us. Now we wait, I replied, and we stay together, no matter what happens. We spent the evening talking, not about parallel realities or quantum physics or the strange events of the past few days, but about ordinary things, memories of our childhood, stories about our parents, my work at the university, Ellie's job at the local bookstore, ground things, real things, anchoring ourselves firmly in this one life we had chosen. As midnight approached, marking the transition to October 12, we both grew tense, watching the clock with growing apprehension. When the minute hand finally crossed 12, completing its circuit, we held our breath. Nothing happened. No seizures, no reality shifts, no sense of impending doom. Just the quiet ticking of the clock and the soft sounds of the house settling around us. Maybe it worked, Ellie whispered, as if speaking too loudly might break the spell. Maybe, I agreed, though caution kept me from fully embracing relief. But the day is just beginning. We should try to rest. Sleep was elusive for both of us. I dozed fitfully on the sofa while Ellie retreated to her bedroom upstairs. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind through the trees outside, jolted me awake, my senses hyper-alert for any sign that our efforts had failed. Dawn arrived without incident. I made coffee, the mundane ritual bringing a sense of normalcy that had been missing for days. Ellie joined me in the kitchen, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she had slept no better than I had. Still here, she observed, accepting the mug I offered her. Still here, I confirmed. How do you feel? She considered the question, tilting her head slightly as if listening for something. Centered, she finally said, like I'm fully present in one place for the first time in months. No more glimpses of other realities at the edges of my vision. No more sense of being pulled in multiple directions at once. I nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. Me too. It's like everything has come into sharper focus. We spent the morning in cautious optimism, going about normal activities, reading, cleaning, preparing meals, while keeping a watchful eye on each other for any signs of the neurological overload that had claimed so many lives on this date. By noon, our vigilance had begun to relax somewhat. By mid-afternoon, we were almost daring to believe we had succeeded. And by early evening, as the sun began to set on October 12th, a day that had loomed so ominously in our consciousness, we allowed ourselves to acknowledge what seemed increasingly obvious. We had broken the cycle. "We did it," Ellie said as we sat on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and pink ordinary colors, not the impossible aurora that had manifested during the reality bleeds. "We did," I agreed, feeling a profound sense of relief and something more liberation, as if I had been carrying a weight I hadn't fully recognized until it was gone. "So what now?" "Now we live," she said simply, "one day at a time in one reality. No more what-ifs." "I still want to take that sabbatical," I told her. "Stay in Millbrook for a while, reconnect properly." She smiled, the first genuinely carefree expression I'd seen on her face since arriving in town. "I'd like that. And maybe eventually I'll consider that suggestion you made about applying to graduate programs in Boston. Not because it's necessary for our survival, but because it might be what I want. One step at a time," I agreed. As darkness fell completely, wrapping Millbrook in a blanket of stars, we remained on the porch, talking about the future, our future, singular and specific, the one we had chosen from infinite possibilities. The next morning, I woke early, feeling more rested than I had in days. The house was quiet around me, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. I made coffee and took it out to the porch, enjoying the simple pleasure of a peaceful morning. Ellie joined me a short while later, looking equally well-rested. "I slept through the night," she reported with mild surprise. "No dreams, no disturbances. October 12 has come and gone," I observed. "And we're still here." She nodded, settling into the chair beside me. "Do you think it's really over? The repository, the reality shifts, all of it?" "I think we've stabilized our particular stream of existence," I replied. "Whether the repository still exists for others who need it, I can't say. But for us, I believe that chapter is closed." We sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, sipping our coffee and watching the town come to life in the distance. Finally, Ellie spoke again. "There's something I've been wondering," she said. "Do you think any of it was real? The repository, the curator, the archivister, was it all some kind of shared hallucination caused by our neurological condition?" It was a question I'd been considering myself. As a scientist, my natural inclination was to seek rational explanations, to reduce even the most bizarre experiences to understandable phenomena. But something about that approach felt inadequate in the face of what we had witnessed and experienced. "I think," I said carefully, "that the distinction between real and hallucination might be less clear-cut than we usually assume. If our condition allowed us to perceive multiple realities, then what we experienced was real within that expanded framework of perception." "Not quite real, not quite imaginary," Ellie suggested. "Something in between." "Exactly. Like Schrödinger's cat, both alive and dead until observed." I smiled at the analogy. "In a way, by choosing a single reality stream, we collapsed the wave function of our own existence." Ellie laughed, a sound I realized I had heard too rarely in recent years. Leave it to a professor to turn our supernatural experience into a physics lesson. I laughed too, enjoying the lightness of the moment, the sense of rightness that had settled over us since our ritual at the quarry. "Whatever it was," Ellie continued more seriously, "real or imagined or something in between, I'm grateful for it. Without the repository, without seeing all those different possibilities, I might never have called you. We might never have reconciled. Sometimes we need to glimpse what might have been to appreciate what is." I agreed. As we finished our coffee, I felt a sense of closure settling over Menot, the ominous finality that had haunted our previous discussions of October 12, but a peaceful acceptance that one chapter had ended and another was beginning. The repository of possibilities had shown us infinite branches of existence, paths taken and not taken, lives lived and unlived. And from that vast array, we had chosen a single stream, this reality, this moment, this version of ourselves. Not perfect, not ideal, but real and present and ours. I wasn't naive enough to think that our problems were solved forever. Ellie and I still had years of estrangement to overcome, wounds that would take time to fully heal. I still had a career in Boston that would eventually call me back, and Ellie had her own life in Millbrook to consider. The future held challenges and decisions that would shape our paths in ways we couldn't yet predict. But for now, in this moment, we were together, alive, and firmly anchored in a single reality, and that was enough. The call came 6 months later, on a crisp April morning as I was preparing lecture notes in my Boston apartment. I had returned to the university after a 3-month sabbatical in Millbrook, during which Ellie and I had sorted through our parents' belongings, renovated parts of the family home, and rebuilt our relationship on stronger foundations. "Daniel," Ellie's voice was tight with barely contained excitement. "You need to come back to Millbrook. There's something you have to see." "What is it?" I asked, immediately concerned, despite her apparent enthusiasm. October 12 was long past, but the events surrounding that date had left me perpetually vigilant. "I can't explain over the phone, just come when you can. It's not an emergency, but it's important." Intrigued and slightly uneasy, I arranged for a colleague to cover my Friday classes and drove to Millbrook the next day. The town looked exactly as it had when I'd left it in January, solid, unchanging, firmly rooted in a single reality. Ellie was waiting on the porch when I arrived, practically bouncing with anticipation. "Come on," she said as soon as I'd parked. "We need to go to Willow Lane." My stomach tightened at the mention of that street, where we had first encountered the repository. "Ellie, if this is about reality shifts or parallel dimensions, it's not like that," she assured me. "Just trust me." Reluctantly, I followed her through town toward the historic district. As we turned onto Willow Lane, I tensed, half expecting to see the tall stone building with its mysterious symbols and impossible dimensions. But the street looked normal: the cobblestones, the historic buildings, the residential dead end, all exactly as they should be. "What am I looking for?" I asked, confused. Ellie pointed to a modest storefront midway down the street. That. It was a small bookshop with a blue door and large display windows filled with carefully arranged volumes. A hand-painted sign above the entrance read, "The Repository, Rare, Unusual Books." "When did this open?" I asked, staring at the name that had once represented something far more mysterious. 2 weeks ago, Ellie replied, watching my reaction carefully. "The owner is a man named Arthur Crane. He moved to Millbrook recently and renovated the space himself." "Arthur Crane," I repeated, the name triggering no recognition. "And he just happened to call his store the Repository?" "That's not all," Ellie said, leading me toward the entrance. "Wait until you meet him." A small bell jingled as we entered the shop, which was larger inside than it appeared from the street, not impossibly so, as the original repository had been, but enough to create a sense of spaciousness despite the towering shelves of books that lined the walls and created narrow aisles throughout the space. The interior was warm and inviting, with polished wooden floors, comfortable reading chairs scattered throughout, and the rich scent of old paper and leather bindings. Classical music played softly from hidden speakers, and the lighting was gentle but adequate for reading. "Ellie, welcome back," called a voice from the rear of the shop. "And you've brought your brother, I see?" The man who emerged from between the shelves was tall and slender, dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark trousers. He appeared to be in his 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that seemed to change color depending on the angle of light, sometimes gray, sometimes a deep blue-black. I froze, recognition washing over me in a cold wave. Though I had never seen the curator's face clearly during our visit to the original repository, something about this man's presence, his manner of movement, the cadence of his speech, was unmistakably familiar. "Professor Wright," he said, extending his hand. "Arthur Crane. I've heard so much about you from Ellie." I shook his hand automatically, trying to process what I was seeing. "Have we met before?" A slight smile touched his lips. "I don't believe so. I only moved to Millbrook 3 months ago. after a career in rare book acquisition for various institutions around the world. This is my retirement project, you might say. His explanation was perfectly reasonable, his manner entirely natural, and yet I couldn't shake the sense of déjà vu, the certainty that I knew this man from somewhere. Mr. Crane has the most amazing collection of books on quantum physics and parallel universe theory, Ellie told me, her eyes sparkling with meaningful intensity, some of them extremely rare. Is that so? I managed to say, still watching the bookshop owner with wary fascination. Indeed, Crane confirmed. It's a particular interest of mine. The idea that reality might be more fluid, more subject to perception and intention than we generally assume. He gestured toward a section of shelves near the back. Perhaps you'd like to see my collection on the subject. Given your background in cognitive psychology and perception, I imagine you'd find it quite stimulating. The fact that he knew my academic specialty without being told only intensified my suspicion. I glanced at Ellie, who nodded encouragingly. Lead the way, I said to Crane. As we moved through the shop, I noticed details I had missed initially, symbols carved subtly into the wooden shelves, reminiscent of but not identical to those we had seen in the original repository. The way certain books seemed to shift position slightly when viewed from the corner of my eye, the fact that the classical music playing in the background included pieces I had never heard before, with progressions that seemed to defy conventional musical theory. The quantum physics section was impressive volumes ranging from accessible popular science to obscure theoretical texts, some in languages I didn't recognize. Crane selected a book bound in yellow leather and handed it to me. This might be of particular interest, he said, a rather unconventional treatment of quantum observation and its effects on reality. I opened the book to find blank pages. I flipped through it, confused, but every page was empty. I don't understand, I said, looking up at Crane. His expression was serene, almost amused. The pages appear only to those who need their specific content. To you, they're blank, because you've already learned what this particular volume had to teach. I closed the book carefully, handing it back to him. Who are you, really? Crane returned the book to its shelf. Exactly who I appear to be. A bookseller with eclectic interests and a fondness for the unusual. But the name of your shop, I persisted. The repository. That's not a coincidence. Names have power, he replied cryptically. They resonate across boundaries, echo through possibilities. I chose this one because it suited the establishment I wished, to create a place where knowledge is preserved and shared. Just like the original, I murmured. Crane's eyes, now definitely more blue than gray, fixed on mine with unnerving intensity. The repository exists in many forms, Professor Wright. Sometimes as a building that defies physical laws, sometimes as a humble bookshop on a quiet street. Its purpose remains constant, to help those caught between streams find their way. So you are the curator, I said, no longer a question but a statement. He smiled enigmatically. Arthur Crane is who I am in this reality, the one you and your sister so definitively chose. I am, shall we say, a more mundane manifestation of certain principles that exist across multiple planes of existence. But why are you here? Ellie asked, joining the conversation. We made our choice. We committed to a single reality stream. We don't need guidance anymore. Don't you? Crane raised an eyebrow. The choice you made was significant, but choices require maintenance. Reality streams can still intersect, still influence each other in subtle ways. A chill ran through me. Are you saying we're still in danger? That October 12 could happen again? Not precisely, he assured me. Your ritual at the quarry effectively stabilized your particular branch of existence. But stability isn't the same as isolation. Your consciousness still retains the capacity to perceive beyond the boundaries of conventional reality. It's encoded in your very DNA, after all. So what does that mean for us? I asked. Cranier, the entity who called himself Crane in this reality, gestured around at the bookshop. It means that certain doorways remain accessible to you, though in more limited and controlled ways. This establishment, for instance, exists as a safe interface between your chosen reality and the broader multiverse of possibility. A tether, Ellie suggested, keeping us connected to what we experienced without destabilizing our existence. Precisely, Miss Wright. Crane nodded approvingly. And a resource? Should you ever need to access certain kinds of knowledge again? I thought about the implications of what he was saying. Our ritual hadn't completely severed our connection to the multiverse, but had rather regulated it, channeled it into a form that wouldn't tear us apart at a quantum level. And this bookshop, this more conventional repository, was the result. Are there others like us? I asked suddenly. Other people who can perceive multiple realities? More than you might imagine, Crane replied, though few as naturally gifted as the Wright siblings. Most require significant assistance to even glimpse beyond the boundaries of their singular perception. And you help them, Ellie said. The repository, in whatever form it takes, helps them navigate these perceptions. Crane inclined his head in acknowledgement. Where necessary and appropriate, yes. Reality is a fragile construct, sustained largely by consensus. Those who can see beyond that consensus have a responsibility to use that ability wisely. The conversation was interrupted by the jingling of the bell as another customer entered the shop. Crane excused himself to attend to them, leaving Ellie and me alone among the quantum physics books. Did you know? I asked her quietly. When you found this place, did you realize who he was? Not immediately, she admitted. But there were hints. The name, obviously. The way he seemed to know things about me that I hadn't told him. And then yesterday, he gave me this. She reached into her pocket and removed a small Objecta library card made of thick cream-colored paper, embossed with a symbol of 3 interlocking circles, 2 hollow and 1 filled. My membership card, she explained, from the original repository, the one that fell out of the welcoming book. I stared at it, memories flooding back of that impossible building and everything we had experienced there. So this is real. He's real. Some version of the curator actually exists in our reality now. I think he always existed in all realities, Ellie theorized, just in different forms. And now that we've stabilized our particular stream, this is the form he takes for USA bookshop owner with unusual knowledge and insights. It made a certain kind of sense in the context of everything we had learned about the multiverse and our place within it. The repository, the curator, the archivist, they weren't beings or locations in the conventional sense, but principles or functions that manifested differently across reality streams. I'm not sure whether to be comforted or disturbed by this development, I admitted. Ellie smiled. I was shocked at first, too. But think about it, Daniel, isn't it actually reassuring? We haven't been abandoned in our chosen reality. There's still guidance available if we need it, just in a form that's compatible with the stable existence we've established. She had a point, and there was something fitting about the repository manifesting as a bookshop in our reality, a place of knowledge and discovery, but bound by the physical laws and limitations of our chosen existence. When Crane returned, having seen to his customer, I had one more question for him. The archivist, I said. Is he here too, somewhere in Millbrook? Crane's expression became thoughtful. The archivist manifests where and when needed, much as I do. In this particular stream, at this particular moment, his function is dormant. And if it becomes necessary again, then you'll encounter him in whatever form is appropriate to the circumstances. Crane selected another book from the shelf and handed it to me, this one, a slim volume bound in dark blue leather. For now, however, I believe this is what you need. The book was titled Quantum Consciousness, Perception Across Reality Streams by Dr. Jennifer Park. This doesn't exist, I said, stunned. Dr. Park died before completing her research. In the reality you've chosen, yes, Crane agreed. But there are branches where she survived, where her work continued. This volume represents a possibility what might have been. Or perhaps, he added with a slight smile, what might yet be, should someone with the right background and insights choose to pursue similar lines of inquiry. I understood immediately what he was suggesting. With my background in cognitive psychology and my first-hand experience of multiple reality streams, I was uniquely positioned to continue Dr. Park's research to develop understanding and potentially treatments for others with our family's condition. May I borrow this? I asked, holding up the book. It's yours, Crane replied. Consider it a gift, a resource for the path ahead. As Ellie and I left the shop a short while later, book in hand, I felt a sense of possibility that I hadn't experienced since our ritual at the quarry. We had chosen a single reality stream, yes, but that didn't mean our story was finished or that our unique perceptual abilities were without purpose. What will you do with it? Ellie asked as we walked back toward the Wright house, indicating the book. Read it, I said simply. Learn from it, and then maybe continue where Dr. Park left off. There must be others like us, Ellie. People who perceive multiple realities but don't understand what's happening to them. People who need guidance that conventional medicine can't provide. Dr. Daniel Wright, pioneer in quantum consciousness research, she teased, though her expression was serious. It suits you. I smiled, feeling a sense of purpose settling over me. We were given these perceptions for a reason, not to destabilize reality, but perhaps to bridge different understandings of it, to help others navigate what we've barely survived. And what about the repository? Ellie asked. Crane? Do we trust him? I considered the question carefully. I think we proceed with caution, but without fear. The repository, in whatever form it takes, seems to exist to help those who need it. And right now, having a guide who understands what we've experienced might be exactly what we need. Ellie nodded, seemingly satisfied with this approach. So, brother, she said, linking her arm through mine, are you ready for another adventure? I laughed, thinking of all we had experienced since her phone call 6 months ago. Reality shifts, quantum physics, parallel dimensions, and what had felt at times like the end of existence itself. And yet, here we were, alive, and together, still moving forward. With you, I replied. Always. As we walked through Millbrook of our chosen reality, solid and unchanging around us, I thought about the infinite branches of existence that had been revealed to us, the countless paths not taken, the multitude of lives unlived. In the vastness of the multiverse, we had found our place, a single reality stream, yes, but one informed by glimpses of infinite possibility. One where the repository existed not as a towering impossibility of shifting stone, but as a charming bookshop on a cobblestone street. One where the curator was a silver-haired bookseller named Arthur Crane, offering guidance in the form of rare volumes and cryptic insights. And most importantly, one where Ellie and I had found our way back to each other, broken a cycle of tragedy that had claimed lives across generations, and discovered a purpose that transcended our individual concerns. Whatever came next, whether continuing Dr. Park's research, helping others with our condition, or simply living our lives with a deeper appreciation for the nature of reality, we would face it together, firmly anchored in our chosen stream but enriched by knowledge of what existed beyond it. The repository had shown us infinite doors, infinite possibilities, and from among them, we had chosen one: this life, this reality, this path forward. Not because it was perfect or ideal or free from challenges, but because it was ours, our choice, our commitment, our reality. And in the end, that was the most profound possibility of all. 6 years later, I stood at the podium of a packed auditorium at Boston University, presenting the findings that had emerged from what was now known as the Wright-Park theory of quantum consciousness. Behind me, slides displayed brain scans, genetic markers, and mathematical models that had revolutionized our understanding of perception and reality. In conclusion, I said to the assembled academics and medical professionals, we now have extensive evidence that certain individuals possess neurological structures, allowing them to perceive multiple reality streams simultaneously. What was once dismissed as hallucination, psychosis, or temporal lobe epilepsy can now be accurately diagnosed and effectively managed. In the front row, Ellie sat beside Arthur Crane, both watching with evident pride. Ellie had completed her graduate studies in computational neuroscience 3 years earlier and now co-directed our research center. Crane remained the owner of the repository bookshop in Millbrook, but had become an informal advisor to our work, his insights often proving uncannily accurate. The treatment protocols we've developed have helped hundreds of individuals who previously suffered from what they experienced as reality fragmentation, I continue. By stabilizing neural pathways and providing cognitive frameworks for understanding these perceptions, we've achieved a 94% success rate in patients who once faced institutional care or worse. The success of our research had surprised even me. What had begun as a personal quest to understand our family's condition had expanded into a groundbreaking field that straddled neuroscience, quantum physics, and psychology. Funding had poured in once our initial results were published, and medical institutions around the world now sent us their most puzzling case patients who reported seeing multiple versions of reality, exactly as Ellie had experienced. Most importantly, I concluded, we've learned that these perceptions are not defects or disorders, but rather a different way of interfacing with a universe that is far more complex and malleable than conventional science has recognized. Those with quantum consciousness are not broken, they are simply perceiving aspects of reality that remain invisible to most of us. As the applause erupted, I caught Ellie's eye. We had come so far from that terrifying time when reality itself had seemed to be unraveling around us. October 12 had come and gone 6 times since our ritual at the quarry, each passing without incident, each reinforcing our choice to exist in this particular stream of reality. The Wright house in Millbrook remained in our family, though neither of us lived there permanently anymore. Ellie had an apartment in Boston near the research center, while I had moved to a small house in Cambridge. But we visited Millbrook regularly, maintaining our connection to the place where everything had begun. And each time we returned, we visited the repository bookshop on Willow Lane, where Arthur Crane would greet us with new volumes that seemed to appear in his collection at precisely the moment we needed them. Sometimes they were scientific texts that pushed our research in new directions. Other times, they were more personal journals or memoirs from other realities that offered glimpses of lives we might have lived under different circumstances. Your work has changed many lives, Crane told me after the lecture as we gathered for drinks at a nearby restaurant. You've created a bridge between conventional understanding and quantum perception that few could have managed. We created it, I corrected him, indicating Ellie. None of this would have been possible without both of us. Ellie smiled, raising her glass in acknowledgement. The Wright siblings, existing at a fulcrum point of reality. Who would have thought our curse would become our greatest gift? I suspect, Crane said quietly, that is often the way of such things. What appears initially as burden or punishment reveals itself in time as opportunity and blessing. There was something in his tone that caught my attention, a hint of something beyond his usual cryptic wisdom. You knew, didn't you? I asked. From the beginning, you knew where this would lead. His expression remained inscrutable. I knew of possibilities, branches of potential that might grow, given the right conditions and choices. And you guided us toward this particular branch, Ellie concluded. Crane sipped his wine thoughtfully. The repository, in all its manifestations, exists to help those who need guidance. Sometimes that means showing all possible doors. Other times, it means illuminating one path more brightly than others. Were there many branches where we succeeded? I wondered. Or was this outcome rare? Rarer than you might imagine, he admitted. In most realities, the Wright siblings either perished on October 12 or survived only to live ordinary lives, their unique perceptions suppressed rather than channeled into understanding. The thought was sobering, the idea that in countless alternate streams of existence, our story had ended differently, less successfully, perhaps tragically. It reinforced the significance of the choice we had made at the quarry, committing to this single reality above all others. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Ellie said, leaning toward Crane. In all these years, you've never explained why our family in particular has this ability. Why the Wrights? What made us different? It was a question we had explored scientifically, identifying the genetic markers and neurological structures that enabled quantum perception. But the deeper why, the reason these traits had emerged in our family lineage, specifically remained elusive. Crane was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, as if seeing across boundaries invisible to others. Finally, he spoke. There are places in the world where reality is naturally thinner nexus points, like Thornfield Quarry, where the boundaries between possible worlds are more permeable. Millbrook sits atop such a confluence. Those who have lived there for generations, particularly those whose ancestors worked directly with the minerals extracted from the quarry, sometimes develop adaptations. Mutations, I suggested. Evolutions, Crane corrected. Natural responses to an environment that is quantumly complex in ways most humans never experience. So it's not just our family, Ellie said, understanding dawning. There must be others in Millbrook, other families with similar traits. Indeed, though few as pronounced as yours. The Wright lineage has an unusual concentration of the genetic markers, perhaps due to your great-great-grandfather's extensive work in the quarry during its most active period. This new information sent my mind racing with research implications. If other families in Millbrook carried similar traits, even in less developed forms, it could open new avenues for understanding the genetic basis of quantum perception. There's more, I realized, studying Crane's expression. Something you're not telling us. He smiled faintly. You've become quite adept at reading between realities, Professor Wright. Yes, there is more, though whether it's relevant to your current path is debatable. Tell us anyway, Ellie urged. Crane set down his glass, folding his hands on the table. The minerals extracted from Thornfield Quarry had unusual properties that conventional science of the time couldn't fully analyze or explain. Your great-great-grandfather recognized their value, not for industrial purposes as publicly claimed, but for their effects on consciousness. Effects on consciousness? I repeated, intrigued. James Wright conducted extensive private experiments, Crane continued. He discovered that prolonged exposure to these minerals enhanced certain perceptual abilities, specifically the ability to glimpse what he termed adjacent possibilities, what you would now call alternate reality streams. Are you saying he deliberately exposed himself to these minerals? Ellie asked, horrified, knowing they caused mutations? Not mutations as he understood them, Crane clarified. He believed he was expanding human consciousness, pushing the boundaries of perception beyond conventional limitations. And in many ways, he succeeded. What he couldn't have anticipated was how these changes would affect his descendants. The traits he acquired would be passed down, strengthening with each generation until culminating in the two of you. The implications were staggering. Our family's unique ability wasn't random or accidental, but the result of deliberate experimentation conducted over a century ago. We were, in essence, the culmination of a transgenerational scientific experiment. Is that why the repository appeared to us? I asked. Because we represent the peak of this perceptual evolution? Partly, Crane acknowledged. Though it's perhaps more accurate to say that your combined presence in Millbrook 2 highly evolved quantum perceivers in close proximity, both carrying the fullest expression of these traits, created an instability in the fabric of reality that necessitated intervention. To prevent catastrophic reality collapse, Ellie murmured, remembering our experiences before the ritual at the quarry. Precisely. The repository manifests where needed most urgently. In your case, the need was particularly acute. I sat back, processing this new information. Our great-great-grandfather's experiments, the minerals from the quarry, the genetic changes passed down through Generation Sit, all formed a coherent narrative that explained our experiences in scientific terms, yet somehow only deepened the mystery at the heart of it all. Does any of this change what we're doing now? Ellie asked pragmatically. Our research, our treatment protocols? I don't see why it should, I replied after considering the question. Understanding the origin doesn't alter the reality of the condition or how we address it. If anything, it gives us new avenues to explore the mineral compositions, their effects on neurological development, potential environmental factors in Millbrook that might activate latent traits. Crane nodded approvingly. As ever, you see to the heart of the matter, Professor Wright. Origins are interesting but rarely determinative. What matters most is what you choose to do with the knowledge and abilities you possess. The conversation shifted to more immediate concerns: upcoming research projects, potential collaborations, plans for expanding our treatment center to accommodate growing demand. But the revelations about our family history lingered in my mind, pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known I was solving until now. Later that night, alone in my hotel room, I found myself contemplating the strange journey that had brought us to this point. 6 years ago, reality itself had seemed to be unraveling around Ellie and me, our existence threatened by forces we barely comprehended. Now, we stood at the forefront of a new scientific field, helping others navigate the very perceptual anomalies that had once terrified us. The repository, in its various manifestations, had guided us from crisis to purpose. The curator, now known to us as Arthur Crane, had provided crucial insights at pivotal moments. And through it all, Ellie and I had transformed our estrangement into an unbreakable bond, our curse into a gift, our fear into understanding. As I drifted toward sleep, I found myself thinking of all the alternate versions of ourselves that might exist across the multiverse. The Daniel and Ellie Wrights, who had made different choices, followed different paths, perhaps never reconciled at all. I hoped that in at least some of those reality streams, they had found their way to each other, had discovered purpose in their unique perceptions, had created meaning from mystery, as we had done. And in that moment, balanced on the edge of consciousness, I experienced a final glimpse across reality boundaries not, a destabilizing shift like those Ellie had suffered before our ritual, but a gentle expansion of awareness that felt controlled, intentional. For a brief instant, I perceived them all infinite versions of ourselves, existing simultaneously across countless branches of possibility, some tragic, some triumphant, some utterly mundane. All valid, all real in their own contexts, all part of the vast tapestry of existence that comprised the multiverse. But among all those possibilities, I remained firmly anchored in this reality, the one we had chosen, the one we had committed to, the one we had shaped through conscious intention and purposeful action. Our reality, our story, our path. As sleep claimed me, I carried with me not fear of what existed beyond conventional perception, but gratitude for the glimpses I had been granted and for the singular, specific life that had emerged from infinite possibility. In the morning, I would continue the work that had given meaning to our unusual abilities. I would collaborate with Ellie on research that bridged scientific disciplines and expanded human understanding. I would consult with Arthur Crane about the latest volumes to appear in his ever-changing collection. But for now, in this moment, I existed fully in one reality, stream present, aware and at peace with the knowledge that while infinite doors remained theoretically accessible, I had chosen one and walked through it with absolute commitment. And in that choice, that singular, specific commitment to one path among infinite possibilities, I had found not limitation, but liberation. The repository exists in many forms across countless realities. Sometimes it appears as a mysterious building that defies physical laws, its interior dimensions impossible, its content shifting to meet the needs of those who enter. Sometimes it manifests as a humble bookshop on a cobblestone street, its proprietor offering volumes that contain precisely the knowledge seekers require. Sometimes it takes forms beyond human comprehension, abstract patterns of quantum information, conceptual frameworks accessible only to minds evolved beyond conventional perception, symbolic representations tailored to consciousnesses utterly unlike our own. But in all its manifestations, across all reality streams, its purpose remains constant: to guide those caught between possibilities, to help the lost find their way, to offer glimpses of doors that might be opened, or paths that might be taken. I know this now with certainty, though I cannot prove it by any conventional standard of evidence. It is knowledge that exists at the intersection of science and intuition, of rational analysis and direct perception, of methodical research and profound personal experience. The Wright Park Research Center for Quantum Consciousness, now occupies a modern building on the Boston University campus. Its laboratories equipped with the latest neuroimaging technology. Its staff, comprising specialists from fields ranging from quantum physics to neurogenetics to cognitive psychology. Hundreds of patients have passed through its treatment programs, learning to stabilize their perceptions and integrate their experiences of multiple reality streams. Ellie and I continue to lead its research initiatives, publishing papers that have gradually shifted mainstream scientific thought toward acceptance of what was once considered fringe theory at best. Psychotic delusion at worst. The resistance we initially encountered has largely dissolved in the face of empirical evidence and successful treatment outcomes. My office contains a bookshelf dedicated to volumes acquired from the repository bookshop in Millbrook Rare Texts that have informed our research in ways I could never have anticipated. Some appear to be from our reality stream. Others seem to have originated elsewhere, containing information or perspectives impossible within our conventional framework of knowledge. Arthur Crane visits periodically, always arriving unannounced, yet somehow precisely when his insights are most needed. He never directly participates in our research, never claims credit for the directions it takes, yet his subtle guidance has been instrumental in our most significant breakthroughs. The Wright House in Millbrook remains in our family, maintained now as both a weekend retreat and an informal research outpost. Something about its location, perhaps its proximity to Thornfield Quarry with its reality-thinning properties, makes it particularly suitable for certain types of perception experiments. We've identified 17 other families in Millbrook with genetic markers similar to ours, though none is pronounced. Their participation in our research program has expanded our understanding of how these traits develop and express themselves across generations. And Thornfield Quarry itself has become a protected research site, its unique mineral deposits studied under carefully controlled conditions. The pool at its center, the nexus point where Ellie and I performed our reality-stabilizing ritual, remains a place of particular interest, its water exhibiting quantum properties that defy conventional explanation. As for the ritual itself, the moment when we committed to a single reality stream among infinite possibilities, its effects have proven both profound and lasting. Neither Ellie nor I experience involuntary reality shifts anymore, though we've developed techniques for controlled, intentional glimpses across boundaries when necessary for our research. October 12 now passes without incident each year, the cycle of tragedy broken by our conscious choice and commitment. Sometimes we mark the date with a quiet dinner together, acknowledging both what might have been and what is the deaths we avoided, the lives we built instead. In all my scientific training, all my years of rational inquiry and methodical research, nothing prepared me for the journey that began with Ellie's desperate phone call 6 years ago. It has challenged every assumption I held about the nature of reality, about the limitations of human perception, about the boundaries between possible and impossible. Yet it has also affirmed something I've always sensed but couldn't articulate, that consciousness itself is not merely a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation and sustenance. That our choices, our commitments, our focused intentions shape the world around us in ways subtle but profound. The repository showed us infinite doors, infinite possibilities. From among them, we chose this life, this reality, this path forward. Not because it was perfect or ideal or free from challenges, but because it was ours, our choice, our commitment, our reality. And in embracing that singular, specific existence while maintaining awareness of the vast multiverse beyond, we found not confinement but expansion, not limitation but potential, not fear but understanding. Whatever comes next, whatever challenges arise or discoveries emerge, Ellie and I face them grounded in this fundamental truth, that amid infinite possibility, the reality we choose and commit to becomes uniquely, specifically ours, not despite the multiverse of alternatives, but because of our conscious selection from among them. The repository exists to guide those caught between realities, and sometimes that guidance leads not to more possibilities, but to the profound recognition of the value in choosing one. In the end, perhaps that is the greatest wisdom the multiverse has to offer, not that all possibilities exist simultaneously, but that within that infinite array, we have the capacity to select, to commit, to create a singular existence of meaning and purpose. Our infinite potential, channeled into finite, specific being. Our glimpses across boundaries, informing but not defining our chosen path. Our awareness of what might have been, deepening our appreciation for what is. This is the legacy of the repository in our lives. This is the wisdom of the curator in all his manifestations. This is the gift of our unique perception, transformed from curse to blessing through understanding and purpose. And this single specific reality stream we have chosen from among infinite possibilities, this is our story. Singular and unique, yet connected to all others through the vast, incomprehensible web of quantum existence that comprises the multiverse. One story among infinite stories. One reality among infinite realities. One choice among infinite choices. But ours, definitively, consciously, committedly ours. And in the end, that makes all the difference. When Ellie and I return to Millbrook now, we still occasionally glimpse the edges of other realities' subtle shifts in perception that remind us of what exists beyond conventional awareness. Not the destabilizing, threatening bleeds that once plagued us, but gentle echoes of possibility that enrich rather than endanger our existence. The repository bookshop remains on Willow Lane, its windows filled with volumes that seem to change depending on who observes them. Arthur Crane greets customers with his enigmatic smile, offering precisely the books they need, though they may not realize it until later. And sometimes, in the quiet hours of early morning or late evening, when the boundaries between realities naturally thin, I stand at the edge of Thornfield Quarry and look into its still waters. If the light is right and my mind properly attuned, I can see them still reflections of infinite possibilities, lives unlived, paths untaken, existing alongside but separate from our chosen reality. Not as threats or temptations, but as reminders of the vastness from which we have carved our specific existence. Not as regrets for what might have been, but as appreciation for the singular, unique path we have chosen. In those moments, I feel not confusion or fear, but profound gratitude for the repository that guided us, for the sister who journeyed with me, for the understanding we've gained and shared with others. And most of all, for the infinite possibility that condensed through conscious choice and committed action into this one specific reality, our life, our story. One among infinite others, yet uniquely, specifically ours.